as any. Affirm to fleet, Alidar. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV, Niagara. We've arrived into the month of September, and that means this year's delayed Prince of Wales Stakes is still coming up. Make your plans to watch on September 29th. For our richest and most prestigious annual event, the Prince of Wales Stakes, the second leg, middle jewel of the Canadian thoroughbred racing Triple Crown. In the meantime, Dion will be doing his impersonations of Terry Sawchuk, Jacques Plante, Johnny Bauer, Rogie Vachon, Glenn Hall, Roger Crozier, Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. We want to thank you again for following along on FortErieRacing.com for the live action each Monday and Tuesday, post time 1:10 p.m. and the pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Now, we have landed safely into the month of September. This year's delayed Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up September 29th. Be sure to make time to watch that on September 29th here at FortErieRacing.com and in the nationally televised broadcast. It's just over 3 weeks away to Prince of Wales Stakes, the middle jewel of the Canadian thoroughbred racing Triple Crown, of course delayed this year, but the upside is we still have that to look forward to on Tuesday, September 29th. Now it's time to watch the race replays from Tuesday, September 1st. Lots of more great turf racing action on the Tuesday program and the great main track action you've come to know and love as well from Fort Erie Racetrack. And going into this program, we had a Pick 5 jackpot carryover pool of over $160,000 up for grabs. Lots of intrigue there as well. So enjoy the most recent racing action. It's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. It's My Joe that tries to beat them all out of there. A lot of speed along the inside by Conquer the Breeze, who goes through aggressively, and Conquer the Breeze wins what appeared to be a big sprint there over to the first turn from My Joe, and Queen's Plate Nolan is caught 3 wide all the way around this first turn, about 6 lengths back to Tip Tap Tango. So a compelling speed duel going on early in this one, 23 1/5, and they're going to run 1 mile and 70 yards, and they're going a big tempo early on in this one. Conquer the Breeze and My Joe, leaving Queen's Plate Nolan out there 3 wide all the way along the backstretch. Tip Tap Tango is about 10 lengths back and completing the line. So on the way to the turn, it's still on the inside. Conquer the Breeze. My Joe takes a short lead. Queen's Plate Nolan has been still measuring that front pair, and Queen's Plate Nolan starts to make the move. Conquer the Breeze starts to back away. Queen's Plate Nolan and Helen Vanek have come away with a clear lead, but they went 3 wide all the way up the backstretch to earn that. The opening half mile was a very spirited 46 4. Queen's Plate Nolan and My Joe at head stretch. Conquer the Breeze 3 more lengths back, was heavily spent early. My Joe fighting a great fight against a 1-9 favorite in the form of Queen's Plate Nolan, who actually closed at 1-5. Queen's Plate Nolan still a ways to go. My Joe never went away. Conquer the Breeze. Tip Tap Tango got a little bit closer. Queen's Plate Nolan, the 1-5 backers can exhale now as Queen's Plate Nolan won it. Conquer the Breeze came back on to salvage second. My Joe fought a great fight and was third, and then Tip Tap Tango and Queen's Plate Nolan had to work hard to win in 1:45 4. Standing by for a start. Race 2. They're off. And from the outside, it's Too Many Shots to look for the early lead. Mission City Girl along the inside, and they're split and joined by Motara. Tucked just behind the speed is Tale of Perfect Law, and on the fence above the line brings in her position well into the field of 5 as they move into the turn. The battle shapes up with Mission City Girl on the inside, prompted along by Motara on the outside, and Too Many Shots runs along in third. On the flank of above the line and laying off the speed over to the backstretch is Tale of Perfect Law. They made the opening quarter in a sensible enough 24 1/5. It's Mission City Girl. Mission City Girl, longest on the board, designated to set the early tempo. Too Many Shots is on the outside of Motara. Another length to above the line, and Tale of Perfect Law is angled out for a clear run and clear air and racetrack as they move to the final turn. They're ganging up on the top end. Speed of Mission City Girl. Motara was on the outside. Too Many Shots. Tale of Perfect Law waiting behind horses on hold and above the line, not far away, less than 2 lengths off. They'll move around to the top of the stretch. Too Many Shots is the widest one on the flank of Motara and the tempo setting Mission City Girl. Here comes Tale of Perfect Law now, brought up from last on the outside, and just like that, Melanie Pinto had them measured and brings Tale of Perfect Law to the late stretch lead. It's Tale of Perfect Law kicking away to win at 9-2, and a well-timed and well-meant winner in the end over Motara. Show photograph is above the line, tried to nose out Too Many Shots. Tale of Perfect Law, perfectly timed to win in race 2. They're off. In the Massachusetts bred allowance race, Tropical Joy has had a really good beginning, then Successful Saint, and the dock is in. They prepare to leave the chute and run along the backstretch, and a strong early speed presence for the mare Tropical Joy. Tropical Joy leading Successful Saint by 2 along the Fort Erie backstretch, and the dock is in, has lost a little bit more ground and is 3-4 more lengths back in third position. Tropical Joy, Successful Saint is keeping some good tabs there, and then a bigger gap back to the dock is in. And the opening quarter was in 23-2. Tropical Joy takes him onto the turn, and Emil Ramsamy has this one in a good looking stride. Successful Saint still 2.5 lengths to make up. The dock is in way back, not yet kicking in. Tropical Joy threatening to take it all the way, and Tropical Joy widens away by 3 lengths at head stretch. Now Successful Saint is asked to come to the outside and pick up some ground, but Tropical Joy has Ramsamy sitting like a statue in the saddle. Tropical Joy at 3-1 went to the front and did not give any rivals a chance. Tropical Joy was flawless in victory in Fort Erie. Successful Saint second, the dock is in was third, and Tropical Joy runs that 6.5 furlongs under wraps in 1:17-4. Stand by for a start. Race 4. Locked and loaded. They're off. Really good, even looking start there, and Head Kitten right along the inside is going to be protecting position, then walking around Money, flashing speed. Stoneway to the extreme outside. What's One More is just in behind them. Running on the outside, Sunka Walken has passed Honorable Kitten, and to the rear of the field we find Lord Pietro into the turn. They speed into that turn and they're going 3 wide. The 3 wide one is Gideon Sword. Gideon Sword has been on the flank of Stoneway and walking around Money, and they're tagged by Head Kitten. What's One More is 5 more lengths back. Showing up in 6th is Sunka Walken at head stretch, and they turn for the payoff with Gideon Sword. The widest one surging to the lead after a sizzling front panel of 22-2. Going to get a rail run is Head Kitten. Gideon Sword just a scant late lead. Head Kitten is pursuing and darts through along the inside. Head Kitten had the most when it counted late and is up to win. And the place battle on the outside appeared to go to Gideon Sword over What's One More, and then back to Stoneway against Honorable Gibson. The running time is a minute flat for Head Kitten. They're off. Good speed from Grin and Bear. Marriage counselor, fill in the blank. There's the front trio. Then Brady O'Brady right there along the inside. That one flanked by New Pagodi. Marriage counselor is dropped back as they move into the turn. It's Crumlin Express being confronted on the outside by Grin and Bear. Fill in the blank right there third. New Pagodi is fourth. Then Brady O'Brady and Marriage counselor has dropped back to last. What a tussle on the top end. And Grin and Bear tries to take measure of Crumlin Express. These two have been nose to nose much of the way and stalked by fill in the blank. Former links back to New Pagodi. Brady O'Brady needs some more clear track. And from last is Marriage Counselor. Grin and Bear. Crumlin Express still going at it into the stretch. They're after a front quarter of 22 seconds and a half of 45 and 3. And coming on past, here is fill in the blank, picking up these battling winded leaders. Brady O'Brady down on the fence. There's the wire. Very close. Fill in the blank may have held off Brady O'Brady. Marriage Counselor made a bid for third. Fill in the blank into a driving finish, trying to hold off Brady O'Brady in 58 and 3. Stand by for a start. Race 6, and they're off. Coming away first is San Nicola Thunder, bounding directly to the lead, then Rock Barton, and in between horses, that's Sophistication up into the front trio. Along the inside, Quality Brew will hold down fourth into the first turn, flanked by Butterfly Strike. Moving third from last down on the fence, that's Leonard's Bay. Second to last is Bean Waiting, and Chief Roland Thunder is to the rear of the field. They move into the backstretch and setting the tempo since the early strides. San Nicola Thunder, prompted along by Sophistication. Out in the clear air, third on the outside, that's Rock Barton, and Quality Brew is on the fence in fourth. Leonard's Bay is fifth. Butterfly Strike on hold from sixth. Second to last, that's Bean Waiting, and the trailer two more is Chief Roland Thunder. 24 and 4 the front quarter, and they go this way to the final turn. Still making the tempo, San Nicola Thunder and Sophistication, Rock Barton, now clearly up to third. No more gain yet for Quality Brew. Butterfly Strike is underway. Shuffled third to last is Leonard's Bay. Chief Roland Thunder has one beaten, and the head of the stretch trailer is Bean Waiting. So it's San Nicola Thunder trying to take it coast to coast off a middle half speed of 47 and 2. San Nicola Thunder through the stretch is still on four, defiant looking length lead. Coming on the fence for second is Leonard's Bay, way too late. San Nicola Thunder was flawless in victory. Leonard's Bay was second. Sophistication third. Rock Barton was fourth. Butterfly Strike only fifth best. Nobody able to get close to San Nicola Thunder this day. 125 and 2. All in line, stand by for a start. Race 7, they're off. Ready and Willing a step slowly away. Right along the inside is Awesome Flight, and Party Dress is flashing big speed from the outside. Flat Out on a Mission then flanks in Molly Terra, and there was the front four along the backstretch. As they go to the turn, reaching up to take the lead and drawing away by 2 is Awesome Flight. Party Dress landed second, then Molly Terra to the inside of Flat Out on a Mission. 2 more lengths to Pirano. Second to last on the outside is Miss Patriot. Ready and Willing was slowly away and is trailing in the field. Trying to show the short way home is Awesome Flight. 22 seconds. A long opening front quarter. Can Awesome Flight finish it out after that? Awesome Flight still going, and not much offering yet from Chris Husbands. Awesome Flight now under some first urging. Party Dress trying to re-rally. Molly Terra threw in on the fence, and on the outside, Flat Out on a Mission. Awesome Flight is almost there. Party Dress is coming. There is the wire. Party Dress bailing out the favorites' backers at the last possible moment to catch Flat Out. Make it Awesome Flight. So it was Party Dress over Awesome Flight in 59 and 2. Glorious Freedom at 5-1. And Annie O'Schiller and Helen Vanek complete the line. Stand by for a start, race 8. They're off for 7 furlongs on the turf, and Hanson's Girl goes quickly away to lead it. She's 10 the hard way, drills on through. Speeding Starlet is right up there, and going to be attending in the front 4 this time is Jack's Memory into the turn. Coming through in the front 5 is Court Reporter on the flank of Fleck over into the turn. The last pair away were Glorious Freedom, and Annie O'Schiller is last on the outside. And they round that turn and make their way into the backstretch with Hanson's Girl caught in a speed duel with She's 10 the hard way. Speeding Starlet is third, and Jack's Memory measures them from fourth. Action 3 wide up the backstretch. Annie O'Schiller is out widest of all on the flank of Glorious Freedom. Court Reporter has backed away on the way to the last turn, and 24 seconds was the front quarter. And finally, Hanson's Girl puts away She's 10 the hard way. Jack's Memory has moved up into third. Speeding Starlet now fourth. Glorious Freedom back in fifth. Fleck is sixth. Second to last, Annie O'Schiller, and the trailer at the top of the stretch will be Court Reporter. Hanson's Girl stalked into the stretch, turning for home after a half mile in a snappy 47-1. It's Hanson's Girl, and on the outside, She's 10 the hard way has been attending and is upset-minded. She's 10 the hard way surges to the late stretch lead. Fleck with a ton of tempo down in on the fence. Here comes Fleck, and Chris Husbands capping a huge day in the saddle to win it. Running down, She's 10 the hard way, and then it was back to Jack's Memory on the outside flank of a tiring Hanson's Girl and Speeding Starlet. Fleck to win. What a ride again by Chris Husbands, 127-1. And there's the live shot, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the month of September and a wonderful month of racing, including the 2020 edition of the delayed Prince of Wales Stakes. That's right. It's coming up September 29th, just 4 Tuesdays from today, 28 days away now, to the middle jewel of the Canadian Thoroughbred Racing Triple Crown, right here at Fort Erie Racetrack, the 2020 delayed edition of the Prince of Wales Stakes still on the calendar for this year. And we're 35 minutes to first post at 1:10 p.m. under wonderful conditions again today here in the Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, Buffalo region with mostly sunny skies, just very light breezes. The main track is fast. The turf course is firm with the rail out at 10 feet. And we're all set for a big 9-race program and a giant building jackpot high five carryover into the final race. We remain close to spectators this year. Thanks for understanding, and we want to thank you again for following along at FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, and HPI TV across the country and across the USA and the world for 2020 live racing action from Fort Erie Racetrack. That jackpot high five carryover did not go to a single winner yesterday, so the carryover pool north of $160,000, $160,375 in the jackpot high five carryover. Lots more on that coming up as we talk about some of the possibilities in just a few moments for that 9th race ticket. Our live racing schedule each Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. with the pre-race show on the air each race day at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. And that's our live action schedule from Fort Erie. Now moving into the final 6 weeks of the meet, closing on October 13th. Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. we load them into the gate in 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Become a member today if you have not already done so at HPIBet.com, and you'll get $100 when you bet $100 into your account. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks worldwide, and you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today if you don't already have an account. It's HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show is on Your TV Niagara every Thursday at 8 p.m. Your TV Niagara, found at cable channel 700 on the Cogeco system in the entire Niagara region, including Niagara Falls, Fort Erie, Fonthill, and Welland. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on channel 700 in the region. Your TV Niagara. FortErieRacing.com has the live stream, the replays, the Ashley Mayu daily tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more, and now all live in high definition. FortErieRacing.com. Now standing by with your pens and pencils, here are the changes. In the first race, One Classy Vision has a rider change to Mark Lee Buchanan, and Classy Vision will be 2 pounds over. No changes in race 2. In the third race, 3 Madame Bovary, racing 2 pounds over. Fourth race, clear of changes. Race 5 also no changes in the start of the daily, pick 5. In the sixth race, number 6, I Miss You, has a rider change to Kirk Johnson. Kirk Johnson to ride 1, I Miss You in the 6th. Seventh race, Vet Scratch of number 3, Triage. Vet Scratch 3 Triage out of race 7. Still in that 7th race for Taravila, 2 pounds over. Stewart's Scratch, number 8, Distinctly Elite, will not go. The 8th race is clear of changes. 9th race, scene of the jackpot high 5, 1 Deputy of Egbert, 2 pounds over. 3, You Know You Like It, Stewart's Scratch. Stewart's Scratch of number 3 out of the 9th. 7 Mocal, 4 pounds over. Number 8 Chestermere is a vet scratch. The 10 Pool Playa will not go, Stewart's Scratch. Stewart's Scratch of number 10 Pool Playa out of the 9th race. Still surprised at some of the generously priced winners recently on the Fort Erie programs, and we had one of them yesterday. Because these don't happen very often, we have to take a little bit of acknowledgement while we have the chance presented to us. So yesterday I was profoundly surprised in the 2nd race when Tale of Perfect Law, a top selection of Ashley Mayu and myself, kicked back $11.80 to win. And if you're looking for a bit of a long shot today, I have one to mention to you in the 1st race that is 12 to 1 in the morning line. You're also going to notice we have another of the Massachusetts Breds Thoroughbred Breeders Association stakes on our program today. Very pleased to be hosting these this year. And rider Emil Ramsamy has totally dominated these events. Yesterday in the Massachusetts Bred Stake here, a small field, and yet he still had an $8 winner with the mare named Tropical Joy, and it won't be a surprise at all to the tune of $8 plus if Emil Ramsamy comes back a winner again today in the Massachusetts Bred Stakes. So let's move on to try to make some money on the program, and here are some of the handicapping merits that lie ahead, with first post fast approaching at 1:10 p.m. The first race on the turf course for 7 furlongs of action, and I'm going 3, 6, and 7 in this event. Number 3, Lench's Gimme, on the basis of being a last start winner and moving from allowance company to this modest claiming level for the Julie Mathis operation. The leading trainer this year at Fort Erie Racetrack, Juan Crawford, making a bid for top rider honors this year. Ashley Mayu, the track handicapper, goes with number 7 Forest Lass on the move up to non-winners of 3 and winning 2 out of 3 lifetime starts on the Fort Erie turf course. The daily racing form goes with number 4 Princess Morrow. Bill McGurr's morning line sides with me on Lench's Gimme. And a long shot I need to point out here is number 2 Romantic Gizmo, 12 to 1 in the morning line. And this is the long shot of the day in my view. If you look back to the 2nd and 3rd starts back, this one had a great runner-up and a win. So Romantic Gizmo at 12 to 1, I think is worth a lingering look there in the first race if that double-digit price holds up near post time in the first race. In race 2, 4, 3, and 2 is where I land, really going back and forth on this one between numbers 4 and 3. But Super Flyover, I think, deserves one chance for Scott Fairley and Michelle Rainford on the massive class drop. Had been racing at Woodbine, beaten by less than 4 lengths in the last start in a $25,000 claimer. So this is major class relief for Super Flyover, who also shows a very sharp bull at work on August 27th coming into this event. Now you could make a strong case for Fa Fa Fooey, cutting back in distance. This could be the key to this race, and Ashley Mayu and the daily racing form are on this angle in a big way. Fa Fa Fooey for the white-hot John Sims Shed Row. Certainly one to consider as well for the top of the ticket coverage in race 2. On to the 3rd race for a road race at 1 mile and 16th. 5, 4, and 6 is where I land. Pastel Amelie, number 5. Juan Crawford and Kevin Attard teaming up here. And 6 rounding out my ticket. In agreement is Ashley Mayu on the top choice. On to the 4th race. 5 furlong sprint here. These are always entertaining contests here in Fort Erie at 5 furlongs or less. And the action is hot and heavy and intense from start to finish in these that I find. Ever So De Wild will be the top choice of many, number 4, on the basis of a very strong and comfortable and expanding lengths win. And if you need more convincing about Ever So De Wild, the one that Ever So De Wild beat last time, Party Dress, came back to earn a victory here yesterday in great come-from-behind fashion, so that's a great frame of reference for Ever So De Wild. Now, Eli's force of 3, but this one has been a private purchase since the last outing from owner and trainer Stephen Chirkop. So new connections today. Josh Robillard has had some of these win here in Fort Erie this year, his first timers at big prices. So I'm going to hope for just a little bit more value and side with Eli's Fortune, a new recruit for Josh Robillard to maybe upset the apple cart at something other than a favorite's price in race 4. On to race 5, we talked about the Massachusetts bred stakes. Emil Ramsamy winning for $8.60 yesterday on Tropical Joy. Well, he's got one that's not going to get 1/3 of that price probably today in race 5. That's the Dr. Slippers. This one just kind of toyed with him last time. You can see the running line. He let some of the others, like Indians Get Up and Go, run alongside him for much of the way. And then really without any urging, if you watch the replay, could have won without carrying his crop, really, on the Dr. Slippers. So really that's the logical and deserving choice here and won't get anything near that even money morning line. The Indians Get Up and Go and Casper Joe look like good prospects to at least give the Dr. Slippers some pressure at some points. Number 6, Yes, Your Honor, gets a call from the Daily Racing Form in the second slot. But the Massachusetts bred stakes in race 5, the Doctor's Slippers. Same connections as the charismatic Dr. Blarney, the one to beat in race 5. On to the 6th race. Pretty much of a let's see what kind of game that the mare See You at the Finish Line brings to the racetrack today. If she is suspect at all, maybe number 4, See My Moves, on the move up in class will be a stronger second most recently, and that's something strong in the handicapping angles department to consider. But other than myself, Ashley, and Bill McGurr's morning line, the Daily Racing Form does go with Giovanna Ponti as Pierre Mailhot picks up a live-looking mount for that 6-furlong contest in the 6th. In the 7th race, we have a vet scratch of number 3, Triage, and I'm going to go 1, 5, and 6, which is a little bit contrary. 7-2 in the morning line. I'm getting Chris Husbands in the saddle. That's never a bad thing. But the trainer change angle, in my view, is going to give me pause to consider Legal in Canada on the top of the ticket, and I hope something close to the 7-2 morning line price can hold up. I'd like to see $9. We're asking for a big form reversal, no doubt, as this one has never been in the top 3. Maybe Elliott Sullivan in the debut for this one can make an improvement with Chris Husbands aboard. Otherwise, the more logical choice on the claim and trainer change angle appears to be number 5, Mazikeen. Morning line at 7-5. That should be about right in today's debut from the Julie Mathis Shed Row. On to the 8th race, Maiden Claiming Field at 6 furlongs, 4, 7, and 6 I landed. Bear Cub has a trainer change today, not an ownership change, so it's just simply a move from Ashley Bernass to Kevin Buttigieg, and that certainly isn't going to hurt Bear Cub's chances. I really like the way Kevin Buttigieg operates year in, year out here at Fort Erie Racetrack. He has them ready to race and well classified. Bear Cub was unlucky to lose last start, really. It was kind of a head bob situation, and maybe today will be the deserving top prize for Bear Cub, as we have a total consensus call on Bear Cub at 2-1 in the morning line to top the ticket in the 8th race. 9th and final race brings us to this building, Jackpot High Five carryover. We anticipate way north of $165,000 in the pool. Actually, the pool built again by $15,000 plus yesterday. So we're expecting another great handle on the Jackpot High Five this time around. And a bit of a regret that we have a couple of scratches out of this event. So the field is reduced to 7 starters. I'm going against the consensus view here with MoCal to top the ticket. Trainer Sharon Chicado had another winner on the program yesterday if you watch the replay package. MoCal is like many in this field, moving up to the non-winners of 3 condition, but I thought this one was a particularly impressive winner last time. Brian Shane had the luxury to just line ride this one with fists and heels riding up to the wire. 4 expanded lengths was the margin of victory, so I think another good performance is at hand, maybe at a price from MoCal, who's in the morning line at 9-2. Otherwise, the consensus top view is JMR Victory Lap, making that same move up to the non-winners of 3 level of competition after a fine and well-rated win by Juan Crawford last time out. So it's your call on the top of the ticket for that 9th race Jackpot High Five. I think that MoCal will offer a little bit higher price and maybe a chance for somebody to take down this building Jackpot High Five pool over $160K coming into today's event for you to shoot at. Well, another beautiful day here in the Fort Erie region looms. Temperature zooming up to the upper 70s. The wind is almost calm out there, just a slight flutter in the flags. As you can see, 17 minutes to first race post time. 9 races on the docket for you today. Lots of interesting handicapping angles. Good luck with your selections. Thanks for being with us as we enter Prince of Wales Stakes Month 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack.
Another beautiful day for racing at Fort Erie. We'll kick off racing for the month of September today with 9 races on the card. We'll be on the turf here in race 1, an $8,000 claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime. Looking at the field, I was torn between the 7 Forest Last and the number 4 Princess Moro, and I did go to the 7 Forest Last, even though I think it is tough for a horse to win 3 races in a row. But she needed 1 race off the layoff, and you can see that she finished 5th against Maiden Special Weight Company. Next time out, they stretched her out on the turf, and they dropped her in for an $8,000 tag. She was able to go kind of gate to wire in there to win by 2 1/4. And then in her following start, she just picked up that second lifetime win here on August 10th. She got kind of a similar trip, but she wasn't on the lead early on. She was right there with the pace setter and got the job done again by 2 1/4. She's just been really strong so far this year. She's done quite well in the Mike Blake barn, so I'm going to use her on top. Then I'll look at the 4 Princess Moro, who comes out of the Molson Cup, where she disappointed. She finished 7th in an 8-horse race. It was scheduled for the turf and moved to the dirt, and I actually thought she'd run well, knowing that it was moved onto the dirt, because look at her prior performance. She won by 8 1/4 to get that second lifetime win against allowance level non-winners of 2 life, and she did it quite easily. But she was kind of off slow early on and kind of off the pace. She was far back, further than she prefers, and I think that's why she had trouble last time out. But at the turf here at Fort Erie, she's 4 for 5 in the money. She's still looking for that first win, but I think if the pace is decent enough with the horse to her inside in the 7 Forest Last, she'll kind of be rolling in the stretch. And speaking to the horse to her inside, the 3 Lynch's Gimme, this one got claimed on July 4th up at Woodbine for $7,500. Made that first start here at Fort Erie on the dirt, going 5 ace. Was just simply second best that day behind Netta Housefrau. And then the next start, they really jumped her up. She was in deep waters and the track was sloppy, and I don't think she cared for the competition or the surface that day. Then last time out, she did get that second lifetime win against allowance competition. That was going longer, that was going 6.5. So the big thing with her, she's trying the turf today. She's 0 for 3 on the turf, has yet to hit the board, but they've always been against tougher competition. So we'll see what she can do here. See, Juan Crawford stays aboard. He's been red hot. So I'll use her, but I'm a little cautious, so I'm going to use her underneath.
Horses have moved into the walking ring for the first race. It's 7 minutes to post time. Riders up is the call for the first race. They're on their way to the track. Introducing the field for the first race in Fort Erie. Class Division is number 1 with a rider change to Mark Lee Buchanan. Trained by Daryl Ezra for Crazy 8 Stables, Mark Lee Buchanan rides 1 Classy Vision. Romantic Gizmo is number 2. Chris Husbands is in the irons, trained by John Sims, for the ownership of Stephen Fossman. Julie Mathis campaigning Lynch's Gimme with Juan Crawford. Princess Morrow is number 4, owned by Gail Sinclair, trained by Tony Tyler. The mount goes to Pierre Mailhot. Sunny Singh, riding partner for Michael Bennett on 5, New York Mint. Six is Show Me the Prize, campaigning for Deb Rhombus with Kirk Johnson. 4 is last, number 7, trained by Michael J. Blake for owner Annette Blake. And the jockey is Melanie Pinto. 7 furlongs on the turf course. Start of the rolling pick threes and daily doubles, and there's superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show on the Fort Erie first race. Starting gate takes position at the 7 furlong point on the turf course. Horses begin to file onto the turf in preparation for the first. Now they're moving up to the gate. Time running out. For the pick three, superfecta, and all first race wagers. Classy Vision taking 3-1 respect goes in. Lynch's Gimme offered at 4-1. Princess Morrow hovering about 7-2. Show Me the Prize. Forest Last steps in well. Romantic Gizmo last in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 27 of 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Lynch's Gimme has won the break. Romantic Gizmo right there along the inside. Show Me the Prize is up in the outside third. New York Mint came away well and tags along in that front four. Forest Last is off the leaders and on the outside from fifth. About 3 more lengths to Princess Morrow, and Classy Vision, as she usually does, races in reserve to the rear of the field. So they round the turn and make their way to this Fort Erie backstretch. Show Me the Prize gets the worst of it. On the outside, Lynch's Gimme insisting on setting the tempo. And that front quarter was a quick enough 23 and 4. Lynch's Gimme, Show Me the Prize, still having at it. New York Mint showing up third on the outside. And that's Romantic Gizmo tagging along from fourth. Forest Last just off the leaders, yet to be asked to accelerate from fifth. Classy Vision improved a position to sixth. And the final turn trailer will be a Princess Morrow. Show Me the Prize and Lynch's Gimme stalked by New York Mint bursting onto the scene. Here comes Forest Last, improving again up into the front four, and Classy Vision is roused from the rear of the field. They hit the top of the stretch after half a mile in 47 seconds flat. Show Me the Prize runs to the lead. Forest Last is asked for her best in the stretch. So is Classy Vision on the grandstand side, but it's Show Me the Prize. Show Me the Prize kicks clear at 7-1 to win the Fort Erie opener. Forest Last second. Classy Vision was third. Romantic Gizmo was fourth. Show Me the Prize in the opener. The turf 7 furlongs, 126 and 3. Posted from the Fort Erie first race, 6-7-1-2, unofficial. With running times of 23 and 4, 47 seconds, 6 furlongs, 113 and 4, and the turf 7 furlongs, 126 and 3. Show Me the Prize when made official. Here is Show Me the Prize returning from the first race. The dark Bear Brown 5-year-old mare. Bred in Ontario by Laurel Byrne, owned and trained by Deb Rhombus. The winning mount executed by Kirk Johnson. That's 7-1. Show Me the Prize. First win in 4 starts this year. Third career win. Runs the turf 7 furlongs in 126 and 3 when made official. $17.10 on the win ticket. Show Me the Prize. $9.20 and $4.40. Forest Lass, $4.80 to place, $2.80 to show. Classy Vision, $3.10. The Exacta, $84.40. The Trifecta, $425.20. The first race, Dollar Superfecta, 6, 7, and 1, 2, $534.85. If you haven't already done so, become a member today at hpibet.com, and you will have $100 deposited into your account when you bet your first $100. Receive the HPI Bet Rewards program. You can watch up to 4 tracks at the same time. While wagering on almost 500 tracks from around the world, you can wager online or on site at any time. Be sure to check it out and join for free today if you have not already done so. It's hpibet.com. No changes in the Fort Erie second race. Race 2 is the start of the early 20-cent pick 4.
Race 2 kicks off the early pick four. It's a starter optional claimant event going 3/4 on the dirt. Looking at the horses in here, I did think the 3 Fa-Fa-Foo, he kind of stood out to me. This one's really kind of stepped it up since getting onto the dirt here at Fort Erie. Those first two starts, one of which was a third place finish on the turf. Then they stretched him out and he only finished fifth. But since then, he had 2 wins back to back. He got a second lifetime win while in for a $3,000 tag. Then got his third lifetime win on a slight cutback while in for 62.50. And then last time out, they jumped him up. They put him in a tougher class, and he just missed in there by a head. He finished second. He was a pace setter and had to battle it around the track, going a mile and a 16th. So today, cut back to 6 furlongs. I like him. I really think, yes, there are tougher horses in here as well, but I think he's going to get a good trip from Kirk Johnson. Now, speaking of other horses, the 2 Station Rock. This one just joined the Allen Bird Barn. It was claimed last time out for $7,500. Finished 5th on the turf there, beaten by 4 lengths. Was kind of making ground up late. Interesting about this one, has 2 dirt starts, has missed the board in both of them, but they were a while back. I thought the most recent breeze since joining the barn was respectable. And this horse has been pretty consistent so far this year. I mean, the only off the board finish was last time out on the stretch out. Prior to that, at the 5 furlong distance and the 6 furlong distance, this horse was never beaten more than 3 1/4 lengths. So I'm going to use this one underneath. And then finally, the morning line favorite is the number 4, Super Flyover. 4th last time out up at Woodbine over the Tapeta while in for a $25,000 tag. This one's had some big numbers, some big buyer numbers that really puts him in the hunt. I think my concern is looking at those dirt races this winter at Penn National. Yes, he faced tough competition, but he's only 4th and 6th, and he wasn't really making ground up. So it'll be interesting to see what he'll be able to do here. I think some of these other horses might be more forwardly placed than he will be, and I'm not sure how he's going to handle the surface.
Field of race 2 is moved into the walking ring. And the riders are going up for race 2. They're on their way to the track. Introducing the race 2 field. Overbearing is number 1, and Sunny Singh is hired to ride by Ashley Burness and Colebrook Farms. Two Station Rock campaigning for Alan Bird and Daryl Kenny with Juan Crawford aboard. Fa Fa Fui is number 3, conditioned by John Sims for Tony Gato and in the irons, Kirk Johnson. Super Flyover is number 4, trained by Scott Fairley for Ace Stable. The rider is Michelle Rainford. Five Bronze Age races for Sam Melli with Chris Husbands up. Starter optional claiming field to run 6 furlongs on the main track in race 2 in the start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 2 coming right up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is in position at the 6 furlong point for race 2. Now they're readying to load into the gate. Overbearing takes 2-1 action, steps in. Station Rock offered at 8-1. Fa Fa Fooey and Super Flyover co-favored, and Bronze Age completes the line. Stand by for a start. Race 2. They're at the post, and they're off. Bronze Age tries to be an early speed presence. Super Flyover and Overbearing is going to run with him right along the inside. Station Rock and Fa Fa Fooey are not far away. So they run 3 across along the backstretch, and the widest one is Bronze Age out there. Bronze Age takes the worst of it on the flank of Super Flyover and Overbearing. And tucked just behind them, yet to be asked to run, are Station Rock and Fa Fa Fooey. Less than 2 lengths would cover the field, and now coming away with the final turn lead is Super Flyover. Bronze Age is still out there. Overbearing has backed away, but only by a little bit. Fa Fa Fooey and Station Rock is tucked behind horses. Fa Fa Fooey is now asked to hit best stride and sweeps up on the extreme outside to confront Super Flyover. The opening quarter was 22-3. They ran half a mile in 45-3, and we're down to Super Flyover and Fa Fa Fooey digging on the outside. Super Flyover has the upper hand and kicks away to win. Michelle Rainford, Scott Fairley team up with an impressive winner in Super Flyover. Here is a place battle. Overbearing came back on. Fa Fa Fooey was trying to hold off Overbearing, and well back to fourth for Station Rock as Super Flyover wins in a romp in the end in race 2. In the place photograph, number 1 Overbearing is posted second, 3 Fa Fa Fooey posted third, and 2 Station Rock posted fourth. Here is Super Flyover, returned from race 2. The Dark Bay or Brown 6-year-old gelding by Ghost Zapper, from Jordy Y by Congran. Bred in Kentucky by SF Bloodstock. Trained by Scott Fairley for Ace Stable, and the winning ride, her third on the meet, for Michelle Rainford. The class-dropping Super Flyover wins race 2. 109-4 for the 6 furlongs when posted official. $3.90 on the win ticket. Super Fly Over, $2.60 and $2.10. Overbearing, $3.20 and $2.10. Fa Fa Fooey was $2.10 to show. The exact to $9.40. The trifecta, $15. Race 2, Superfecta, 4-1-3 and 2, $18.15. And the program's first, a rolling daily double of 6 and 4, $53 even. Now on display, the race 2 place photograph. One overbearing at the inside, noses out, Fa Fa Fooey for second. The place photograph showing one overbearing taking down second, now on display. There's a weight change in the third race. 3, Madame Bovary, 2 pounds over. Race 3 starts a rolling pick 3 and rolling double. There's Superfecta, trifecta exact to win, place, and show opportunities. Race 3 in 16 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 3, we have a field of fillies and mares. Maiden Claimers in for the 6250 tag, and they'll be going a mile and a 16th over the dirt. I thought the 5, Pastel Emily, and then the 6, Hippie Chick, those were the most logical horses for the top spot. I did go to the 5, Pastel Emily, who last time out was 6, beaten by 10 lengths up at Woodbine over the turf, won for a $14,000 tag. She hasn't hit the board in 5 career starts. Thought the effort 2 back. She showed a decent trip, I guess. You know, she was in against $10,000 maidens on the turf going a mile. She had some trouble in there, but she was able to rally. She just missed by 3 lengths. I think the concern there is she was the favorite. She's taken a little respect there. In her other races, not so much. But I think here, getting onto the dirt, the turf to dirt angle has been quite strong for trainer Kevin Attardi. Wins at 19%. He's really shipping in here to win. I mean, he's got a win in a second from 2 horses. For me, this is the most likely winner. See the pedigree. I think the dirt should be okay. Now, the 6, Hippie Chick, this one has 2 starts under her belt. First one was disappointing, but then they brought her here for this level last time out. She had a sloppy track for her first dirt experience, and she was simply second best. No ring was much the best, drew off by 8 lengths, so I like to see that she's got that dirt race under her belt at this level. And with the sloppy track, I mean, she just might have not liked having, you know, the mud in her face. And today she gets a fast track. She kind of moves up in my book. And I really think these top 2 horses kind of are the clear-cut choices. Other ones to consider, though, I kind of tried to look for a price in here. I did go to the 2, Doodle Dandy, who I thought the dirt race 3 back off the long layoff was a pretty good effort. It was against Maiden Special Weight Company. Was second. Yes, this one was well beaten by Nada House Frau, but that one came back to win next time out and has been quite consistent here. So for me, I know the most recent races have been quite disappointing, but we'll see if this one can turn it around today, getting a new rider. We'll see. But I think maybe for third in here, that could be a good spot for her.
They've moved into the walking ring for race 3. Riders up and they're on their way out. Gray. Let's call it gray. Wicken Sense to lead out the race 3 post parade in Fort Erie, campaigning for Norm Davies, with Emil Ramsamy aboard. Lindsay and Joe Hode share ownership and campaign Doodle Dandy 2 with Pierre Melhot in the saddle. Madame Bovary, number 3, racing for Luthia Shirley with Brian Shane. Marvell is number 4, owned by Sheila Mohan, trained by Ravendra Raghunath in the irons Markley Buchanan. One Crawford the rider for Kevin Attard, Bill and Al Welling on 5 Pastel Emily. And number 6 is Hippie Chick, trained by Francine Villeneuve for the TNT stable. The jockey is Chris Husbands. Maiden claiming field to run a mile and 16th in race 3. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. And their superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. Race 3 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taking position at the 1 mile and 16th point for race 3. They've reached the starting point, readying to load. Long shot Wiccan Sense is in. Madame Bovary offered at 6-1. Marvell takes 5-2 action. 8-5 tepid favorite Pastel Emily. Hippie Chick going to be a second choice. Last in is Doodle Dandy. Stand by for a start. Race 2. Make it race 3 at the post. They're off for 1 mile and 16th in the third. And bounding out to try to win the break is Pastel Emily. Doodle Dandy along the inside. They're split by Marvell, and Wiccan Sense will run up into the front 4. Just on her flank is Madame Bovary, and out widest of all, Hippie Chick to the rear of the field. Shuffled out, and to the rear there was Madame Bovary after getting into tight quarters. But quickly out in the clean open air was Pastel Emery to dictate terms. Pastel Emily past the quarter in a well-controlled 24-2. She's now being joined, though, on the outside by Marvell into the backstretch. Doodle Dandy decides to drop along there. Hippie Chick is right up into the front 4. 2 more lengths into the backstretch for Madame Bovary, and another 3 to a shuffled out Wiccan Sense. Pastel Emily closing as a 1-2 hot favorite, went the opening half in 48-3. So that was the second stanza of 24-1. Pastel Emily just allowed to lope along on the lead by Juan Crawford there, and they're readying to enter the final turn with Marvell now clearly picking up second. Along the inside, Doodle Dandy still holding third. Hippie Chick on her outside flank is fourth. Drafting on them is Madame Bovary, and Wiccan Sense is about 6 more lengths back of the group. Pastel Emily tries to make it a Tuesday afternoon stroll in the park in Fort Erie after passing 6 furlongs in 1:13-4, and it's all Pastel Emily, the top-end target. Hippie Chick, Madame Bovary is brought to the extreme outside. Doodle Dandy, Marvell has tired. Wiccan Sense back of the group. Pastel Emily through the stretch. Madame Bovary has been brought up to second and dives to the inside for Brian Shane. May get a little bit closer, but here comes the wire for Pastel Emily, and driving Madame Bovary drove in to make it close against Pastel Emily. 3 more lengths back to Doodle Dandy, and then Hippie Chick was fourth. And the running time of the 1 mile and 16th is 1:49-3. 5, Pastel Emily is posted first. 3, Madame Bovary posted second. 2, Doodle Dandy posted third, and 6, Hippie Chick was fourth. 5326 posted from race 3. The recap: 24 and 2, 48 and 3, 3/4 and 113 and 4, mile rating 141 and 4, and the mile and 16th 149 and 3. Pastel Emily, when posted official. Pastel Emily returned for the victory photograph of race 3. The 3-year-old bay filly by Bayern from Pastel Princess by Stormy Atlantic. Bred in Ontario by M.E. Kennedy. Trained by Kevin Attard for Al and Bill Llewellyn. And the winning mount executed by Juan Crawford. First career win, Pastel Emily runs the mile and 16th in 149 and 3 when made official. $310, $220, and $210 on Pastel Emily. Madame Bovary, $450 and $270. Doodle Dandy, $410 to show. The exact at $10 even. The trifecta, $43.90. Dollar superfecta, 532 and 6, $43.35. The daily double ended on race 3, $8.40. And the program's first, dollar pick 3, $39.40. Now on display the win photo of race 3, showing 5 Pastel Emily to win by close to a head over number 3 Madame Bovary. 5 over 3, the race 3 win photo now on display. Live racing schedule continues until October 13th at Fort Erie Racetrack this year. Every Monday and Tuesday, first post at 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. on race days. That's the live action schedule, 1:10 p.m. first post each Monday and Tuesday to October 13th, the end of the meet this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. The fourth race will go as programmed, no changes. It starts rolling pick 3 and double. There's superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show opportunities in the fourth. 17 minutes to post.
Race 4, we have a field of fillies and mares, $3,000 claimers looking for that third lifetime win, and they'll be going 5 ace on the dirt. Thought this race was pretty competitive, a couple directions one could go. I did go to the 4, Ever So De Wild as my top choice. Thought she was pretty impressive off the long layoff. We hadn't seen her since March, and she kind of had been tiring in her races down at Charlestown, but in her first race off the layoff here on August 18th, she was really game. Her number was huge out of there. She won by 4 1/4, and she did everything right, so I'm expecting a similar performance. I mean, there is a little speed in here that could kind of challenge her, unlike last time. She kind of shook clear early on, but for me, she kind of stood out. Another one to consider, though, is the number 1 Documented, who only has 3 starts this year at Fort Erie, and the last 2 have been second place finishes. I mean, this one's been quite tough. You see her on July 27th, she was second, beaten by Neckwellen for a $4,000 tag against non-winners of 3 Life. And then last time out, she was at that same level, stretched out to 5.5, and she was just second best to Darling to Her, who looked very tough in that spot. So for me, yes, she's 5 for 9 in the money at Fort Erie, but I think her recent form is what really stood out to me. Finally, I'll go to the 2 Reddy's Princess as a price horse. I thought here this could be a chalky race, and if I'm going to play a trifecta or even an exact, I need a price shop. And this one stood out to me. This one's out of the Ross Armada barn. He's only had 2 starters here so far this meet, one of which was second. She really hasn't shown much in her last 2 starts, one of which was over the Tapeta and then 2 back over the turf. But she faced better over the turf, and at the $4,500 level last time out, she was pinched back at the start, and then she was never in the race whatsoever. If you kind of look at her past performances, that's the concern with her. It says pinched back, off slow, off step slow. Another one says pinched back. So she seems to have trouble out of the gate. Now, she does have 1 dirt start under her belt. It was a while ago. She finished 3rd over the dirt. And I just thought with a horse like her, maybe a new setting, a new surface specifically could really help her improve. And if Ross is sending her down here, that kind of gave me confidence. And you see who's aboard, Emil Ram Sammy. This was a horse that I thought would offer value, and I had no problems tossing in the bottom of my exotics. Good luck.
The fourth race horses move into the walking ring. Riders going up for race 4. Here's post parade for the fourth race in Fort Erie. Documented number 1 is trained by Rich Davis for Bill McGowan, and in the irons, Howard Newell. Emil Ramsamy riding for SA Stable. Trainer Ross Armata on 2. Reddy's Princess. Eli's Fortune number 3, now trained by Josh Robillard for owner Krista Clemmer. In the saddle, Sunny Singh. Ever Sowed T. Wild number 4 is conditioned by Carlton Johnston for Bruno Chickadans, the rider, Juan Crawford. Chris Husbands, partner is Chairman's Venom 5 for Joe Humber and Joy Elkins. Joe Humber campaigning 6 Alis with Melanie Pinto. They're on the track for the fourth race, 5 furlongs for the claiming field. Start of a rolling pick 3 and rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 4 coming right up from Fort Erie. Starting gate takes position at the 5 furlong point for race 4. The riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate. They've reached the gate. Last few moments of 4th race wagering time at hand. Documented, priced at 6 to 1, is first in. Longest on the board, Ready's Princess. The favorite, Ever So De-Wild, goes in. 3 in and 3 to go. Aylis stepping up, offered at 6 to 1. Eli's Fortune, just down to 7 to 2, last click. Chairman's Venom last in, stand by for a start. Race 4 at the post, they're off. Pretty good even beginning. Flashing speed is Ever So De-Wild with Eli's Fortune. That's the first pair away and documented along the inside. Then Chairman's Venom and Aylis and Ready's Prince is back of the field. Eli's Fortune, flashing big early speed, documented, carries him into the turn. And Ever So De-Wild was the widest one, and they continue to scrap with Eli's Fortune. And Ever So De-Wild right there third after battling early was documented. Aylis has come on to be in fourth. Moving second to last, Ready's Princess, and now back of the group is Chairman's Venom. To the top of the stretch, Ever So De-Wild has been under heavy pressure from Eli's Fortune, and swinging out around them, here comes documented, 22 and 4 documented on the grandstand side. Ever So De-Wild just a short lead. Ever So De-Wild is clear by a length. Documented gave it a great try, but Ever So De-Wild was just too good and won it by close to 3. Documented second, Eli's Fortune a great battling third. Aylis salvaged fourth. With Ever So De-Wild to win, we have a loose horse on the track at the end of race 4. Attention track crew, loose horse. The loose horse quickly apprehended by the track crew, and rider Chris Husbands is up and fine, it appears. Here is Ever So De-Wild returning from the 4th race. The dark bear brown 5-year-old mare by D Wildcat from Ever So Lively. Bred in Florida by the previous owner Bruno Schickadance, had been trained by Carlton Johnston. Winning ride to Juan Crawford. Ever So De Wild runs the 5 furlongs in 58 and 3 when made official. "4136" posted unofficial. Running times of 22 and 4, 46 and 1. The 5 furlongs 58 and 3. Ever So De Wild when made official. "240 with 210 and 210. Ever So De Wild. Documented 270, 210. Eli's Fortune 230. The exacta 470, the trifecta 1520, the dollar superfecta 413 and 6, $27.35. The rolling daily double 520. The pick 3 ended on the 4th race, $5.40. Was a claim of the race winner from the 4th race, Ever So De Wild, taken for $3,000 by M&M Stables, going to the care of new trainer Joe Humber. M&M Stables claiming Ever So De Wild for $3,000, new trainer Joe Humber. No changes in the Fort Erie 5th race. Race 5. Start of this program's 20-cent pick 5. The 20-cent pick 5 starting here on race 5. 16 minutes to post.
Race 5 kicks off the pick 5, and we have another mass bred race. This one is for maidens or 3-year-old winners. They'll be going 7/8 on the turf. The number 1, the Doctor's Slippers. This one was very impressive last time out here at Fort Erie, making that second start in 2020, that first turf effort. This one got to the front and should clear by 6 3/4 lengths. Really hard to ignore a performance like that, especially when the horse really wasn't asked and beat other runners in here. So for that reason, this was my top choice. Thought the 3 Indians Get Up and Go. This one was second in that same race. Was a pretty nice performance considering he hadn't raced in 13 months and it was his first try on the turf. His other races you can kind of see were similar, where he breaks sharply but typically doesn't have enough left in the tank late. Now he's stretching out in distance from the 5 furlong distance to the 7 furlong distance. Obviously that's slightly concerning, but I still think I'll use him here. I still think he can get a minor share. And that's something kind of similar with the 2 Casper Joe. This one last time out was third at the Finger Lakes against maiden special weight competition, going 1.70 miles. So this one's cutting back. He's yet to try the turf in his career, but I think based on his performances, he's 4 for 6 in the money. He tends to kind of break sharply and just tries his best to hang around, and typically it is just for a minor award, so that's why I'm going to use him for third on my tickets. Good luck.
The race 5 field has moved into the walking ring. Riders up for race 5. They're on their way to the track. Emil Ramsemi. Casper Joe is number 2, partnered by Kirk Johnson. Trained by Sam Morales for Lauren McFarlane. Indians Get Up and Go, number 3. Owned by Arlene Brown, trained by Bruce Anderson. Hired to ride, Helen Vanek. Chris Husband's riding partner for Dylan and Matthew Clark on 4, Cheer for Grace. Across the channel is number 5, Sunny Singh takes to the irons, trained by Dylan Clark for New England Breeding Syndicate. Yes, Your Honor, number 6. The rider is Melanie Pinto, conditioned by Dylan Clark for New England Breeding Syndicate. The Massachusetts Bred Stakes Series, the purse $35,000. On this event, the daily pick 5 begins. There's also a rolling pick 3 and rolling double. Superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show coming up on race 5 from Fort Erie, 7 furlongs on the turf in the Massachusetts Bred Stakes Series. Starting gate taking position at the 7 furlong point on the turf course. Now the complete field of race 5 has made their way onto the turf. Still time for the pick 5 and race 5 wagers. They're approaching the gate. Readying to step in. Time running out for the pick 5 and race 5 wagering. The Doctor's Slippers hovering between 1 to 5 and 2 to 5, heavily favored. First in. Casper Joe gets 7 to 1 respect. Same price for Helen Vanek and Indians Get Up and Go. Cheer for Grace and Chris Husbands. Across the channel with Sunny Singh. Gates 4 and 5 will be the long shots. Yes, Your Honor, guided in. With the rider off. And Melanie Pinto reunites with Yes, Your Honor. Stand by for a start. Race 5 at the post. And they're off in the Massachusetts Bred Stakes Series at Fort Erie Racetrack. And it's Casper Joe bounding out of there. Indians Get Up and Go has the most Get Up and Go. The Doctor's Slippers, huge favorite, will track along the inside just in behind. Cheer for Grace. Running out widest was Across the Channel, and 2 more lengths to Yes, Your Honor. The trailer over into the backstretch. Hotly contested opening panel here, and it's Helen Vanek winning that scrap with Indians Get Up and Go. Cheer for Grace up on the outside. Running out widest is Across the Channel. The Doctor's Slippers is tucked just in behind Casper Joe, and 5 more lengths to Yes, Your Honor. 24-3, the opening quarter. It's Indians Get Up and Go, leading him down the backstretch, and Cheer for Grace is taking measure. Now here's a move by the Doctor's Slippers, weaving through in a tight spot between horses there, and Emil Ramsamy guides the heavy favorite right up on the outside into second spot. So the complexion changes. The Doctor's Slippers trying to edge by. Indians Get Up and Go has made all the tempo. Cheer for Grace is tiring, and then back to Casper Joe, Across the Channel, and well back to Yes, Your Honor there in the stretch, and the Doctor's Slippers takes over. After a half a mile was run in 48-3, the Doctor's Slippers has drawn away on the field, and it's total domination again by Emil Ramsamy in the Massachusetts Bred Stakes Series at Fort Erie. Here's a compelling place battle. And hanging on the inside was Indians Get Up and Go for second. Across the Channel was third. Cheer for Grace was fourth. The Doctor's Slippers prevails. The running time was 1:26-3 for 7 furlongs on the Fort Erie turf. One, 3, 5, and 4 is posted. Race times recap 24-3. The half in 48-3. 6 furlongs 1:13-4. And the turf 7 furlongs 1:26-3 for the Doctor's Slippers when posted official. And there is the Dr. Slippers returning to the Stakes Champion Infield Winner's Circle at Fort Erie Racetrack. The Grey Roan 3-year-old gelding by Dr. Disco. From the Slipper Fits by Smoke Gluckin. Bred in Massachusetts by the owner Joe DeRico, trained by Carl Grussmark. Emil Ramsamy continues his domination in the Massachusetts bred stakes at Fort Erie. It's 2 in a row and 2 wins in 3 starts this year for the Dr. Slippers. Runs the turf 7 furlongs in 126 and 3. Receiving the blanket presentation from the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer of Fort Erie Racetrack, Mr. Tom Valaket, and the Director of Marketing and Publicity, Antonetta Petrella-Kulik, making the blanket presentation to the Dr. Slippers. Two tens across on the Dr. Slippers. Indians Get Up and Go 350 and 270. Across the channel was third, 640 to show. The exact is $6. The trifecta $66.30. The dollar superfecta was 135 and 4 for $108.15. The rolling double 310. Pick 3 ended on race 5, $2.95. And the early pick 4, $9 even. Now on display, the place photograph. Number 3, Indians Get Up and Go, second by about a head, over 5 across the channel. 3 over 5 in the place photograph of race 5, now on display. In the 6th race, 6 I Miss You has a jockey change to Kirk Johnson. Kirk Johnson rides 6 I Miss You in the 6th, start of the late 20-cent pick 4. It's 14 minutes to post.
Race 6, we have a field of $4,500 claimers going 6 furlongs on the dirt. The number 1 is Sue at the finish line. She made her first start here of the year in June, and she stumbled at the start and lost her rider, so you have to draw a line through that race. Then most recently, we saw her on July 14th, which is still over a month and a half ago. She finished second while in for $3,000 claimers, but that was against the boys. She did actually go off as the favorite, but Bakersfield won that event by 5 1/4 and then came back to win again. So she did face tough competition. Not only was it male competition, but Bakersfield has turned out to be a decent horse here. Now, last year, again, her races, she picked up 2 wins. And then kind of in the big race for her last year, the Andy Passero Cup, which is actually next Monday, she finished 4th, beaten by 6 1/4, and the top 3 in there were probably the best 3 females on the ground last year. So big performance from her. Today she's against the girls again. I think she should be pretty tough, just making her 3rd start of 2020. The number 2, Classy Scarlet. She's been quite impressive so far this year on the dirt going long. Now, both of her races have been at a mile and a 16th. In that first race, she was against $3,000 claimers, and she kind of just stalked in there. She had to go 3 wide in the stretch, got the job done by 2 lengths. And then the last time out, she was in that $4,000 non-winners of 2 on the year. She was just second best to Hilltop Harmony. She wasn't really able to close the gap, and that sometimes happens. And for her, yes, she was beaten by 8 1/4. But she was still much the best. She was clear by 5 lengths in the end. So for me, I think she's got a good shot in here to pick up a share. And then kind of looking at the others in the field, I was a little torn. This 4, See My Moves, was one to consider, but I actually went to the 6, I Miss You. I thought this horse would be a price. Last time out, she won while in for a $3,000 tag over the turf course, going 7/8 of a mile. Here on the dirt, she's just got that 1 win, but she is 6 for 8 in the money, and I thought 2 back, she had an effort that resulted in a 3rd place finishes. Yes, she was well beaten. She was 3rd, beaten by 18 1/4 lengths. She finished last. It was a short field, but it was a sloppy track, and races like that I don't read too much into because I do think they're very strategic. And for me, I thought her first race of the year on the dirt was respectable, so I'm going to use her underneath. I think she will be tough to kind of get anywhere higher than maybe 2nd or 3rd on the ticket, but I do think she's worth a shot and will offer some value.
They moved into the walking ring for race 6. Riders up for race 6. They're on their way to the racetrack. Here is post parade of race 6. See you at the finish line. Number 1, trained by Ravindra Raghunath for owner Sheila Mohan. Hired back to ride is Mark Lee Buchanan. Classy Scarlet, number 2, is conditioned by Michael J. Blake for Ascot Stud. And trusted with saddle duty is Melanie Pinto. Chris Husbands to partner for Joe Humber and Terra Farm on 3, Stella Terra. Michelle Rainford rides for See My Moves, conditioned by Scott Fairley for Ace Stable. Alert Kitten is number 4. Races for Fortunato Galati with Howard Newell up and trained by Michael Cohen. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount for Stephen Cathcart on 6, I Miss You. Giovanni Ponti completes this field, trained by Louis Capi for Fortunato Galati, and in the irons, Pierre Melhot. Filly and Mare claiming field to run 6 furlongs on the main track in race 6. Starts the late 20-cent pick 4. Your attention, we have a late scratch from this 6th race by order of the on-track veterinarian. Number 1, See You at the Finish Line, is a post-time scratch. By order of the on-track veterinarian, 1, See You at the Finish Line, becomes a post-time scratch. There will be an exchange or refund of 6th race tickets involving number 1, See You at the Finish Line. Wagering open a short while longer to accommodate the post-time scratch of 1, See You at the Finish Line. Exchange or refund available of 6 race tickets involving number 1. Wagering still open on the 6th race. Field is back to the 6 furlong starting point, and the gate is taking position. Post time scratch of number 1 by order of the on-track Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario veterinarian. And the remaining half dozen fillies and mares are now approaching the gate. Time winding down for the late 20-cent pick 4 and all 6th race wagers. Classy Scarlet, offered at 5-1, is first to arrive at the gate. See My Moves. Stella Terra approaching the gate. Alert Kitten is a baker's dozen to 1. I Miss You with replacement rider Kirk Johnson. Stella Terra last in. Stand by for a start. Race 6 at the post. They're off. Coming out fastest is Alert Kitten with See My Move. Stella Terra down along the inside. Classy Scarlet will be the trailer in behind I Miss You and Giovanna Ponte. Running out widest of all, Alert Kitten and See My Moves, having added for top honors as they go along the backstretch. It's 2 more lengths back to Stella Terra. Running along in third, Giovanna Ponte has made it up to 4th. Classy Scarlet in reserve, and running to her outside is I Miss You, but it's Alert Kitten making all of the early tempo now and opening up by almost 3 lengths on See My Moves. Stella Terra along the inside, then Giovanna Ponte, I Miss You, and Classy Scarlet yet to be asked to run. 22-4, so the tempo is honest and brisk as they come to the top of the stretch. Alert Kitten being roused as they turn for home. Can she hold off See My Move and the rest? They're in the stretch. Alert Kitten. See My Moves to the outside. Giovanna Ponte is flattened out, so has Stella Terra, then Classy Scarlet and I Miss You. Still going is Alert Kitten at 13, make it 21-1. Alert Kitten attempting the improbable. Giovanna Ponte rallied, it's too late. Alert Kitten scores the improbable upset over Giovanna Ponte. See My Moves and Classy Scarlet. Alert Kitten and Howard Newell at 21-1. Five 742 is posted unofficial from race 6. 22-4. 4 furlongs in 46-1. And the 6 furlong running time 112-4. Alert Kitten. Well, she last won here in early July at 6-1. And she drops a bomb on us in recent years, about once a year. So here we go for 2020 with Alert Kitten. The Dark Bay Brown 5-year-old mare by Kitten's Joy. From Lively Lexi by Giants Causeway. Bred in Kentucky by Sarah and Ken Ramsey, trained by Michael Cohen. For owner Fortunato Galati, Howard Newell engineers the gate to wire upset. It's her second win in 7 starts this year, 4th career win. $44 plus on Alert Kitten coming when made official from race 6. $44.90 is posted on Alert Kitten for a deuce. 1950 and 760. Giovanna Ponte, 420 and 270. See My Moves, 220. The Exacta, 145.90. The Trifecta, 401.10. The Dollar Superfecta, 574 and 2, $430 and a nickel. Because of the post-time scratch of number 1, there was a consolation double of 1 and 1, 210. The regular double, 1 and 5, 56.20. The pick 3 ended on race 6, $43.85. FortErieRacing.com is your home for the live stream every race day, the replays at the Ashley Mayu free tip sheet every race day, statistics, the racing schedule, and much more. And now it's all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. In the 7th race, 3 Triage Vet Scratch. For Terra Vila, races 2 pounds over. 8 Distinctly Elite Steward Scratch. The 7th race will kick off this program's last rolling pick 3. It's 19 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Your attention, first time announcement of late rider changes in the remaining 3 races, with Emil Ramsamy booking off his mounts for the balance of the day. In the 7th race, 7 Be Courageous, late jockey change to Michelle Rainford. 7th race, number 7, Be Courageous, first time announcement, rider change to Michelle Rainford. Please be advised there will be a rider change in the 8th race on number 7, Biblical Proportion. 8th race, number 7, will now have a jockey change. 9th race, 6, Flashman, will now have a late jockey change. 9th race, 6, Flashman, also a rider change now pending. In the 9th race, rider change now finalized on number 6, Flashman. 9th race, number 6, Flashman, make the jockey Sunny Singh. 9th race, 6, Flashman, rider Sunny Singh. Still a jockey change pending in the 8th race on 7, Biblical Proportion. Will be finalized shortly.
Race 7, we have a field of fillies and mares, maiden claimers going 5 furlongs on the turf. The number 5, Mazikeen, was claimed last time out for $5,000. This one finished 5th over the Tapeta that day, was the heavy favorite, which is a little concerning, but she just missed by 3.5 and still had a pretty game effort overall. Now, the barn doesn't do quite well first off the claim, but look at them this year at Fort Erie. They're winning at 26%. They've already been to the winner's circle 16 times. So I think at this level and, getting onto the turf for just the second time and the first time as a 4-year-old could definitely change things around for her. The number 6, Golden GG, this one's been solely racing on the dirt in those 2 starts and hasn't showed much. So for me, I think the surface change, that stands out, as well as the drop. This one was in that maiden special weight level here and now is in for the 62.50 tag. We'll see if that can kind of change things around for her. And then finally, looking at some others in here, I wasn't sure what direction to go, so I did go to the 1, Legal in Canada. This one has yet to hit the board in 5 starts, and kind of looking at the turf efforts, they've always been against better. Last time out was only in for the $8,000 tag. Earlier this year was at Tampa Bay Downs racing against $16,000 maidens on the turf, which is definitely a tougher spot than this one. It's going to make the first start for trainer Elliott Sullivan, 24% here at Fort Erie, and also wins with new runners at 21%. I thought something else that's interesting, this one's going to cut back from the 7 furlongs to the 5 furlongs, and Elliott does quite well at this angle, winning at 29%. So this is one to definitely use on the tickets. Might even be able to kind of win this race. I think this race is going to be interesting the way it plays out. I thought it was kind of wide open, and some of these horses getting onto a new surface or just trying the turf for the second time in their career, you never know what can happen.
In the Fort Erie 8th race, 7 Biblical Proportion has now become a steward's scratch. From the 8th race, 7 Biblical Proportion, now a steward's scratch. The field of race 7 moves into the walking ring. 5 minutes to post. Be sure to make your plans to be with us just a few Tuesdays from today for our premier and signature annual event, the middle jewel of the Canadian Thoroughbred Racing Triple Crown of 2020, delayed this year, but going to be held nonetheless on September 29th. That's the 2020 Prince of Wales Stakes, September 29th, from Fort Erie Racetrack. They're on their way out to the track for race 7. Leading 7th race post parade, Legal in Canada. Trained by Elliott Sullivan for Bruno Chickadance. Hired to ride is Chris Husbands. Maximo only number 2, conditioned by Stephen Cathcart for Pan Am Stable. And in the irons, Piat Mailhot. Number 3 was Yvette Scratch. Terravila is number 4. And Howard Newell is aboard for Joe Humber and Terra Horse Farm Stable. Mazikeen is number 5, trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G. Thoroughbreds. The jockey is Juan Crawford. Sunny Singh, riding partner of 6, Golden Gigi, conditioned by Armand Concessi for Joe and Charlie Loyacano. And Be Courageous 7 completes this field, owned by Joe and Charles Loyacano, trained by Armand Concessi, and the rider change is to Michelle Rainford. Michelle Rainford to ride 7, Be Courageous. 3 Triage, Yvette Scratch. Number 8, does not go. Seventh race, maiden claiming field at 5 furlongs on the turf. The horses begin to make their way onto the turf course for race 7. Starting gate is in position at the 5 furlong point. Riders now requested to take their horses to the gate for race 7. And they're readying to take position. Legal in Canada offered at 3-1. Maxima only. The other long shot, Terra Vila. Golden Gigi, a bit fractious. Mazikeen. Be Courageous at a big number. Law locked up. Stand by for a start. Race 7. They're off. Step slowly away was Legal in Canada right along the inside. Maxima only makes the most of the situation, then Terra Vila. Mazikeen and Golden Gigi run up on the outside. Legal in Canada missed the break cleanly, and back of the group is Be Courageous. Maxima only with rail control. Mazikeen runs on the outside, and these two are close to getting together as they move into the turn. Maxima only on the inside. Mazikeen running alongside that one. It's about 3 more lengths to Terra Vila. Golden Gigi no more gain on the outside. Legal in Canada missed the break and is way back there in 5th. Never in it yet has been Be Courageous. Sweeping up on the outside is Mazikeen. Mazikeen gobbles up Maxima only. It's Mazikeen. Taking the lead after the front quarter of 23 seconds. Mazikeen draws away, then Maxima only, and on the outside is Terra Vila. Mazikeen is almost there for Juan Crawford, going to win it by 3 or 4. Mazikeen in front, Terra Vila second, Maxima only third. Legal in Canada saved 4th, and Be Courageous only 5th best, as Mazikeen was much the best there in 106, make it 1 minute and 3/5. Five Mazikeen favored, posted first. 25-1 on Terra Vila finishing second. Maxima only third. 1 Legal in Canada fourth. 5-4-2-1. Through running times of 23 seconds. 47 and 4. And the turf 5 furlongs accomplished in 1 minute and 3 by Mazikeen. When made official. Here's Mazikeen back from the 7th race. Winner of the maiden claiming event, the Dark Bear Brown 4-year-old filly by Violence. From Sweet Sizzle by Distorted Humor. Bred in Kentucky by the FPF Corporation. Trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds. The winning ride to Juan Crawford. First career win is 5 on the turf in 1 minute and 3 for Mazikeen when made official. $290, $240, and $210 for Mazikeen. Terravila was off at 25-1 and kicks back 13.10 to place, 5.80 to show. Maxima only $340, the exacta $25, the trifecta $91.90. The dollar superfecta was 542 and 1 for $82.25. Rolling daily double was 5 and 5, $52.70. The pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $76 and a quarter. From the 8th race, 7 Biblical Proportion has become a Steward's Scratch. Steward's Scratch of 7 Biblical Proportion out of the Fort Erie 8th race. Starts this program's last rolling double, under 19 minutes to post.
Race 8, we have another maiden claiming event to kick off the late double, this time on the dirt, going 6 furlongs. The number 4, Bear Cub, 2-1 morning line, stood out to me last time out, made that dirt debut here, and just missed by a head. Really battled it early on with another pace setter in there, and just was outgunned in the end, and that's exactly the word that the past performances use, outgunned. So I think getting on the dirt second time out, this one does look tough, even on the stretch out in distance from 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. This is my top pick, and has joined a new barn that wins at 31% with new acquisitions. Now, looking at others, I thought the 5, Join the Club, was one to consider. This one has been racing solely up at Woodbine on the Tapeta and always in for a higher tag. The lowest tag that he's run for is $7,000, 2 starts back. That was actually his best performance. He finished 5th, beaten by 5 1/4 lengths in the end. Now, they're doing some different things here. They're going to put blinkers on, obviously trying the dirt for the first time. The barn is yet to ship in here this meet, so I think they're trying to look for something different to change it around for him. Kevin Nichols doesn't come down here often either, so a lot of signs made me think that this horse does have a shot underneath. And I can say the same thing sort of about the 3, Spanish Town. I think this is another horse to use underneath. Has 2 starts here at Fort Erie, most recently over the turf. This one was 5th. Thought the effort 2 back on the dirt was respectable, was 4th, beaten by 6 3/4 lengths, and exits that same race as Bear Cub. And obviously that race played in favor of the speed that day. So this horse was already kind of at a disadvantage being off the pace. Kind of looking at how I think this race is going to unfold, you have to hope that someone goes with Bear Cub, because I think if he gets out on the lead by himself, that's going to kind of put things in his corner, and horses like Spanish Town aren't going to have that perfect trip that they're going to want. So hopefully someone pushes Bear Cub even harder, because they didn't really go fast. There was a speed duel, but I wouldn't say the race went fast at all. So it'd be interesting to see how this race unfolds. But for me, Bear Cub stood out. And then horses like the 5, Join the Club, and the 3, Spanish Town. Those were the 2 most likely to kind of round out the exotics.
Your attention, a first-time announcement of a scratch from this 8th race. Now a steward's scratch of One Texas Boy. One Texas Boy has become a late steward's scratch from the 8th. Exchange or refund is available on 8th race tickets involving One Texas Boy. One Texas Boy, steward's scratch from the 8th. The horses for the 8th race in Fort Erie move into the walking ring. 7 minutes to post time. Riders up for the 8th. They're on their way to the track. Sparkish is leading out the 8th race post parade in front of the grandstand. Trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm. In the irons, Melanie Pinto. Sunny Singh is atop Spanish Town 3 for Frank Huarte and Rouvet Stables. Next on the parade is Join the Club 5, conditioned by Cole Bennett for Centennial Farms of Niagara. Rider is Kevin Nichols. For Bear Cub, partnered by Juan Crawford, now trained by Kevin Buttigieg for Colebrook Farms. Six JMR Silent Lake to complete this field. Races from the shed row of Ken Albu for JMR Stable, partnered by Pierre Melhot. Numbers 1 and 7, Stewards Scratches from the 8th. Riders now requested to take their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point for the 8th. Starting gate is on the move to the 6 furlong point for the 8th. Riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate. Time running out for 8th race wagers. Sparkish offered at 7-1. First in. Spanish Town holding 6-1. Heavily favored Bear Cub. JMR Silent Lake offering 12-1. Join the club has 3-1 second choice status. Stand by for a start. Race 8. They're off in the 8th. And a good even line at the start there. Darting out in between horses comes Spanish Town. Spanish Town, flashing speed is Sparkish along the inside. Widest of all, JMR Silent Lake. And then Join the Club, and the hot favorite, Bear Cub, runs to the rear of the field, but is just taking measure there and loping along 2 lengths off the pack. So they'll go to the turn with JMR Silent Lake, trying to cross over. JMR Silent Lake in the maroon cap there takes the lead, and Join the Club is up on the outside. Coming on for third, that's Spanish Town to overtake Sparkish, and yet to be asked to run is Bear Cub. They're on the turn. Bear Cub shown some clear track, but still about 6-8 lengths to make up there. Bear Cub starts underway, around to the top of the stretch. On the outside, Spanish Town, and on the inside, JMR Silent Lake, and Bear Cub is underway with still a lot of work to do, and only about a quarter of a mile to do it. They're in the stretch, and JMR Silent Lake has tired. Coming away with the stretch lead and trying to seal this victory with a lead of about 3 lengths here is Join the Club. Join the Club has gone a superb trip to win his second choice. Bear Cub a little too late, second best. JMR Silent Lake raced hard and was third, and Spanish Town tired to fourth. It's Join the Club and Keve Nichols in the 8th in 1:13. Posted on the board, 5, 4, 6, and 3. The running times 23 and 1, half and 47 and 1, and the 6 furlong running time 113. Join the club when made official. Back to the winner's photo as join the club from race 8. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Old Forester. From She's a Green Machine by Luhuck. Bred in Ontario. By John Carey and Alia Woodstock. Trained by Cole Bennett for Centennial Farms of Niagara. The winning ride, his second on the meet for Kevin Nichols. Join the club, runs the 6 furlongs of the 8th in 113. To return, 610, 210, and 210. Bear Cub 210s, JMR Silent Lake 250. The exact is 610, the trifecta $40.10. The superfecta 5, 4, 6, and 3, $30.85. Because of the late scratch of one Texas boy, there was a consolation daily double of 5 and 1, $2.60. Regular double of 5 and 5, $10.80. The pick 3 ended on the 8th race, $157.10. Ninth and final race today, the scene of the Jackpot High Five and the carryover into this event, $160,375. Over $160,000 in the pool in the carryover into this Jackpot High Five in the 9th. Ninth race changes. 1 Deputy of Egbert, 2 pounds over. 3 You Know You Like It, Stewart Scratch. 6 Flashman, jockey change to Sunny Singh. 7 Mocal, 4 pounds over. 8 Chestermere is a vet scratch. Number 10 will not go. 10 is a Stewart Scratch, pool plow. In addition to Jackpot High 5, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show on the Fort Erie 9th race in 18 minutes.
Race 9 closes out the card. It's a $4,500 claiming event on the turf for non-winners of 3 lifetime. Kind of looking at this field and taking into consideration the surface and the distance. The number 4 JMR Victory Lap, he stood out to me. He's been quite strong so far this year. 2 wins from 4 starts. And his worst finish was a 4th place finish on the dirt. And I think it's always kind of been clear that this son of Victor's Cry prefers the grass. He's going to get that today. He won his maiden at first asking this year after having an okay season last year, just filled with these minor shares. He won by half a length. And then he was 3rd next time out against winners for the first time. Like I mentioned, he kind of bounced on the dirt. But most recently at the 5 furlong distance, they had him at that $4,500 non-winners of 2 lifetime. And he sat off the pace, and he was able to kind of get this perfect trip from Juan Crawford, made up ground late to draw clear by a length and a quarter. So I like that I saw him actually have the ability to rate rather than be forwardly placed. So I think he's versatile enough that Juan will have options out of the gate, depending who decides to kind of go to the front. You know, he's versatile enough to get the job done from wherever he's placed. Other ones to consider, the 2 Honduras. This one was 3rd last time out on the dirt, is going to make the first start today for trainer Mark Fournier, who's won 3 of 9 with these new acquisitions, so a 33% strike rate there. This one you can kind of see does have some Tapeta performances and some synthetic performances down at Turfway Park and Woodbine. It has 2 on the board from 7 total. You can see that performance 2 starts back over the Tapeta while in for a $7,000 tag, resulted in a 3rd place finish. For me, I'm going to use this horse underneath. I think the turf should be fine, yet even though he's not raced over it yet. And at this level, he is dropping from an $8,000 race now in for a $4,500 tag. And then finally, the 6 Flashman. This is a horse that stood out to me as kind of my long shot of the day at 15-1 morning line. I thought he was a use. Now, you look at his race 2 back over the Tapeta up at Woodbine. He was in for a $7,500 tag, and he finished a nice 3rd, beaten by 2.5 lengths in the end. He kind of just gave way in the end at 5.5 furlongs. Today, he's going 5. I know last time out, he was very disappointing. He was 4th, beaten by 10 3/4, and he went off at 3-1, so he's well respected there. But the main thing is he was off slow. I mean, he was already done kind of out of the gate. He didn't have a shot. He typically breaks really sharp, and we saw that in his first race at Fort Erie this year on June 9th. Now, the turf, that's going to be the question for him. Can he handle the surface? You know, you do see that one turf race back in April of 2018 down at Tampa Bay Downs, but it was a much tougher spot than today. So he's in for a low tag today. He's getting back on the turf. I think he's got enough speed that I think the strategy, as always, is going to send him to the front, and maybe he'll like the surface. Maybe he kind of will have enough momentum late to stay there, but at 15-1, I think he's worth a shot.
Four weeks from today, be sure to follow along with us for the 2020 running of the prestigious Prince of Wales Stakes at Fort Erie Racetrack. The Middle Jewel, delayed this year, of course, by the situation, but we are pleased to be hosting it again in 2020, the Prince of Wales Stakes Middle Jewel of Canadian Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown, which in recent years has brought you prestigious champions, such as last year's winner Tone Broke, and in recent years, champions such as Wonder Godot, Holy Helena, Sir Dudley Diggs, and many others of great renown that have come from the Queen's Plate down to Fort Erie to run in the Prince of Wales Stakes. Again, the Prince of Wales Stakes Day, yours to follow along this year on FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, with other recent champions including Breaking Lucky, Coltimus Prime, Amiz Gizmo, Cool Catamine, 2 years ago Wonder Godot, last year Tone Broke. So the Prince of Wales Stakes month is finally upon us for 2020, September 29th, from Fort Erie Racetrack. Be sure to visit often to FortErieRacing.com for the updates this month leading up to the Prince of Wales Stakes. Field of the ninth race has moved into the walking ring. It's 5 minutes to post time. Riders up is the call for the ninth race. They're on their way to the track. Here's post parade for the ninth race, scene of the jackpot high five wager. Deputy of Egbert is number 1. Owned and trained by Julie Mathis, and in the irons is Helen Vanek. Mark Fournier now trains for Craig Spada, Dave Howard. Kirk Johnson hired to ride number 2, Honduras. Three was scratched. 4 is JMR Victory Lap. Conditioned by Ken Albu for JMR Stable. Aboard is Juan Crawford. Nicola Scott hires Pierre Melhot to ride 5, Lewinsky's Wild Affair. 6 is Flashman, with a rider change to Sunny Singh. Campaigns for Cindy Musto. Sunny Singh, rider change on 6, Flashman. Mocal, number 7, has Brian Shane aboard, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Steven Stables. The 8 is a vet scratch. Completing the field is 9, Odds Get Even, with Howard Newell up. Owner-trainer, Elliott Sullivan. 5 furlongs on the turf course for the ninth race, the claiming field, in the jackpot high 5, with a carryover pool of over $160,000 into this event. Also on the ninth race, Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show opportunities. The horses begin to make their way onto the turf course for the ninth race. Now the starting gate takes place at the 5 furlong point on the turf course. Still time for the Jackpot High 5, Superfecta, and 9th race wagers. Riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate for the Jackpot High 5 of the 9th. Eight to 1 offering Deputy of Egbert leads them into the starting gate. A lot of respect in gate 2 for Honduras. Among the favorites, JMR Victory Lap and Juan Crawford. The distinctly colored Lewinsky's Wild Affair. Flashman with replacement rider Sunny Singh. Mocal in well. So just the outside gate to go. Odds get even to complete the line. Rider appears to be off Honduras. Honduras backed out of gate 2. Kirk Johnson goes back up. Honduras back in. Stand by for a start. 9th race at the post. They're off. Great beginning for all. Odds get even with a big start from the outside. And Flashman stumbled a little bit there, is back of the group. Right along the inside, Helen Vanek makes the most of the speed of Deputy of Egbert, and Honduras joins with Odds Get Even up to third on the outside. JMR Silent Lake has come on, make a JMR victory lap into the front 4. That one flanked by Mocal on the outside. 3 more lengths to Honduras, and Flashman, after a stumbling start, was back of the group. Helen Vanek on a speed mission here. It's Deputy of Egbert leading it into the top of the stretch. And circling up on the outside, here comes Odds Get Even. Honduras rejoins the action. They turn for home. Deputy of Egbert is the target. 22-2, wasting no time. Deputy of Egbert. Honduras next closest pursuer. Odds Get Even is flattened out. The top end target still Deputy of Egbert. Here comes Honduras. Lewinsky's Wild Affair, a last rush too late. Between horses, JMR Victory Lap. Honduras to win. Honduras defeats JMR Victory Lap. Lewinsky's Wild Affair was against the tempo setting Deputy of Egbert. And Odds Get Even completes the jackpot high 5. 59-3 in the 9th. The unofficial jackpot high 5 is 24519. Running times of 22-2, 47 seconds, and the turf 5 furlongs in 59-3 for Honduras. When made official. Please hold all tickets from the 9th race. There is a Stewards General inquiry into the start concerning number 6. Stewards General inquiry into the start concerning number 6. Honduras returns from the 9th race. A dark bear brown 4-year-old gelding by Munnings from Leave a Message by Favorite Trick. Bred in Kentucky by Marianne and Brandon Chase. Now trained by Mark Fournier for Craig Spada and David Howard. Winning ride for another multiple win performance by rider Kirk Johnson. First win in 5 trips this year and wins the debut from the Marc Fournier Shed Row does Honduras to run the Turf 5 furlongs in 59 and 3. Still a steward's inquiry into the start concerning number 6, Flashman. The steward's live video review of the start of the 9th race. Now on the monitors. Watching gate 6. Following the review of the 9th race start, no changes. Stewards find insufficient reason for any changes. 24519 is the unofficial jackpot high 5. The jackpot high 5 returns $303.75. We have a carryover to the final race of next Monday. $167,835. That's the jackpot high 5 carryover, almost $168,000 to the final race next Monday. Honduras was $5, $340 and $260 across. JMR Victory Lap, $470 and $320. Lewinsky's Wild Affair was $440 to show. The exact to $20.80. The trifecta, $146.30. Dollar Superfecta, $223.60. The final rolling double, $14.30. The final pick 3, $16.30. The late $1 pick 4, $439 and a quarter. And the program's $1 high 5 make it jackpot high 5 carryover, $167,835, and the pick 5 returns $747 and a nickel. The show photograph now on display, showing Lewinsky's Wild Affair 3rd, one Deputy of Egbert 4th. The fifth place finisher, number 9, Odds Get Even, not in the picture. The show photo now on display. For the Monday, September 7th program, the jackpot high five starts at $167,835. Almost $170,000, the jackpot high five carryover to the final race next Monday. Our live racing schedule each Monday and Tuesday at 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. That's the live action schedule from Fort Erie through to the end of the meet in the second week of October, Monday and Tuesday post 1:10 p.m. Become a member today of HPIBet.com and you'll get $100 when you bet $100. Membership includes the rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world and wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free if you have not already done so. HPIBet.com. The weekly highlights and replay show from Fort Erie Racetrack airs again this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on your TV Niagara. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday at 8 p.m. Your TV Niagara at Channel 700 on the local Cogeco system in the entire Niagara region. This Thursday evening at 8 p.m., it's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara. On FortErieRacing.com, the race live stream, the replays, the Ashley Mayu free tip sheet, racing schedules, statistics, and much more, now all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the TV broadcast production team, staff, management, and the racing officials, thanks a lot for being with us for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. Be sure to mark on your calendar to follow along with us on September 29th for the middle jewel of the Canadian Thoroughbred Racing Triple Crown, the Prince of Wales Stakes of 2020, set for Tuesday afternoon, September 29th, from Fort Erie Racetrack. And live racing resumes next Monday and Tuesday, September 7th and 8th. Going into next Monday, the jackpot high five carryover, more than $167,000. Have a great week ahead. Hope to see you again next Monday afternoon. Pre-race coverage begins at 12:35 p.m. First post 1:10 p.m. So long for now from Fort Erie Racetrack and FortErieRacing.com.